Good morning. Yo, what's up, Geralt? Good morning, good morning. And good morning, Derek and Dan. Okay, let's see if we can do some cool shit today or finish the action system rework. When I left yesterday, we were in the process of just doing a little bit of a rewrite on the playable entity, or more specifically how the communication between input handler and action system was handled for playable entities. And that's where we are going to continue today. Before we dive into that, I just want to show some of the bad parts with the old system. So if we take a look at action interaction, Terraform for instance, this component is quite infected by input handler stuff. We can see it. Yeah, we can see it here. We can also see the visualizer here. We only want playable entities to have a visualizer. Not exactly sure how I want to handle this one just yet, but we'll see. I think we have something similar in inspect, possibly. Do we have? But like this is more than enough. We don't want to. We don't want our new action system to, or action classes to have this input handler related code inside of them. We're going to put them on the outside. Good morning, Harukanan. So when doing this, we're going to change a lot in playable entity. So previously we had, so each action type, if we take a look at this one, so each action type actually had a method. We can see here, I've removed it now, get index, which corresponded to pretty much action index. So we're designing this around the use of a controller with 4 buttons, the classical one, A, B, X, Y, and that's pretty much going to be the default. So at all times we only have those 4 buttons to distribute actions to. So in a given moment we have a set of available actions and we want to distribute those on those 4 buttons. And this method helped us do that in the old system. So jump would be on 0, place, consume, equip, terraform, sit, sleep on 1, and so on. And then the player could or would be able to change the binding of these. So by default 0 might be A, 1 B, and then X, Y. But the player might change, so this is B instead. But this time around, I think this is way too input related to have here. We also had priority. So if we would have at a given point, if we were holding something that we could both place and consume, then the one with the biggest priority would be the one we use. So in this case, place. I think both of these are, as I said, too specific to input and playable entity. So I want to get away from these. That's why I've deleted them. So action priority is always going to be, in the case of a playable entity, we're going to have to define some system. But in the place of creatures, it's always going to be needs based. So we don't need any priority method here. Or in best case scenario, we don't need it. So what we did instead is in playable entity, we created something. Previously we had input to action map. This time around, we're going to have something called input to action. And I started implementing this right at the end of yesterday's stream. So it's extremely bare bones, but here we pretty much want to define a input type. So that's going to be action 0, 1, 2, or 3, and then which actions correspond to that one. And then during playable entity, we will use this to set some stuff up. And that's where we're going to continue today, right about now. So we have action first, and action second, and action types. And then I guess we will probably have... The only downside I see with this one right now is that we have this list where we define... Or actually we have this list where we define the actions that are available for this entity. And then we have this list where we link input to actions. We're pretty much going to have to define actions twice. But it's probably okay. Then we have button map item, maybe instantiate this one here. So we don't instantiate this one here. Let's see if we can manage to do that. Playable entity. Find button map. Instantiate button map prefab. Oh, yeah. One sec. Button map actually consists of 4 button map items. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, I want to split this one up. So previously, we also had... We had this type of... Is that true, actually? No, we actually changed the position of them. Okay, but for some reason we had this button map with 4 buttons. I wonder if we should just instantiate these separately, actually. think we're gonna wait with that. It could be nice to keep it like this. I mean, the overall structure here with where the buttons are located and the text, yeah, we can just keep this one. It's too early to redefine this one. So let's take a look. Button map, show button item for object. Do we use this one? No, we don't. Okay, instantiate button map item button text based on active input type in input handler. Honestly, I don't even know about these two. Yeah, we don't use any of these. Okay. Input to action map. So here we have a bind, not update button, bind button map item. We're gonna have something similar this time around. Let's just take that button display string. Why would I need to set this from the outside? Oh yeah. Yo, what's up, the Meta Wolf? Another game dev stream. I've been collecting game dev streamers like Pokemon recently. If I can remember your username, I wonder if you have been here before actually. So my friend, how far are we in the development? Not too far, I would say. Let's see here. Always hide. I don't care about doing this here. I think we're gonna do it. Button map instantiate, so we have it instantiated already. And then I wonder, button map items, the Metal Wolf Unity and VS Code. Yes, indeed. I will follow you completely. I will learn a lot. You're welcome, and hopefully you will. I wonder if I also want to define... I'm starting to think that... Yeah, I don't want to go too into detail concerning this button map right now. I haven't really settled on exactly how I want the controls to work. I just have this fussy plan, which I actually want to improve upon before we do it. So we're just gonna do... Yeah, we're just gonna loop through. We're gonna define the input to actions here, and then we're gonna loop through them to the bottom map. So we're gonna do something like, if input handler is not equal to null, we do for each game.input to action, input to action in the Metal Wolf. How are you going to connect the scripts, using references or events or something else? Not entirely sure what you refer to in that question. Playable entity itself is an animate entity, which is a dynamic entity which implements entity, which implements mono behavior. So this is just going to be a component. Do I want to have... Action first, second, third. An action to input. Input definition. And we have action input here. I get it, I get it. The Metal Wolf, I mean, suppose you have a script for animation and there is another script for player movement. You can reference the player movement script in animation script so that they can do different animations according to different type of movement. The other method is using events like a radio station where you don't reference anything, and when the player moves, it triggers an event which is being listened to in animation script and so. Yeah, I just don't mean... Like your initial question, how are you going to connect the scripts? It's pretty broad. I mean, which script specifically are we talking about? We'll probably do different things for different scripts. Okay, the good thing is we can just do this one instead, but we need to send in an input action callback context. We previously had input to action map. Here we have it invoke. Okay, great. And we're gonna have something very similar in our input to action. We already have Unity engines. We can skip. Okay, we can't. This one we're not going to do is in state. Okay, so this one is going. This is going to look a little bit different. this one as well. But the important part is this one. And so in input handler, in playable entity, we want to do for each input to action, input to actions. We want to do input to action, or input handler, I think we can skip this one this time around. Find action to input. So action in this case is input action, I reckon. Or is it system action? Yeah. So we have input action, we have system.action, and then we have game.actions.action. Probably want to do... make it a little bit clearer. So then we use input definition to get the label, and that's how we tie it together. So find action to input. An input to action should have input type and like this. Okay, so now we have bound. So for instance, if we specify action first here or on character, then we try to bind it to action first in input handler. So action first, we can rebind to different key settings, or the play can do. The play can rebind it, but we define which actions it corresponds to here. Okay, so that's pretty much this one. Get display string for interaction action. Get display string for input. Yeah, we don't care about the index here anymore, so I think we can skip this one as well. Just to minimize stuff a bit. Get display string for input, because what we want to do now is we want to do this. Input to action dot here I would like to iterate over index, I think. Yeah, let's do it, because we need the index for button map. Or we could do, do we want to loop through input to action twice? Probably not. Map items. The Metal Wolf, I will watch you and learn. Actually, I've started learning game dev recently and got stuck at this place after completing the Unity tutorials. I can make simple games using references, but everyone on YouTube says you should use events. I don't know about that. Like, something is not good for everything. There's a place and time for the different solutions. Sometimes references are better, sometimes events are better. When to use which might take some wisdom / experience. I wonder, yeah, let's take this one and create. And then I want to do, yeah, we're probably going to do input to action dot button map item, or we want to assign this one first. So find button map item, and here we're going to do button map items, and we do I. Okay, so now we've binded that one, and then I also want to have this one here. Okay, now we're back. And the Metal Wolf, okay, you're making this game for PC. Yeah, we're making it for PC first. Then we might port it, we'll see. Okay, input handler get display string. Okay, so we want to display some stuff, and that's related to the button map item. Do we actually want to do... maybe we do. So input to action, and then we're going to do button map item. Button map item is equal to button map dot button map items. Okay. Button map item dot, we want to set button display string, and the string we want to set is input handler dot get display string for input to action, input type. Maybe we should rename it input definition, but this will work for now. So we get an input to action, we get a button map item, we set this one. Okay. Bind button map item, this one we do as well. Input to action maps. Yeah, we want to put this one here. So input to action. We don't have always hide here. for the new one. I want to see always hide. Button map item, always hide. Okay, so we do fix this one here. Button map item dot always hide show UI. Now the MetaWolf, please format your code. It's stinging my eyes. What specifically is stinging your eyes? It's pretty formatted right now. Okay, so we have this one in place. And what more do we have? And that's about it, I think. We're gonna wait with this one. That space below the for loop. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, we are rewriting this code. So I just want to differentiate between these right now. And how am I going to do animations? Very like general question again. We're going to do some animations with shaders. We're going to import some animations and control them with an animator. We're going to do a little bit of a different... We're going to do it in different ways, depending on the use case. Okay, after all of this, we want to get the focus action. We get it like this, and then we add a listener like this. And then we want to bind some stuff like this, but I'm wondering... Get actions. Get action. Okay, so what I want to do now is... action types, and then we want to button map item, and finally I want to have a how do I want to solve this? We're gonna have to link actions to this one. Yeah, we're gonna do public list. Public list game actions action. We're just gonna call this one actions. And it's actually gonna be private. And then we're also gonna have a private active action. So all actions corresponding to this input in a list, it's going to be sorted by priority, I think, and which one is active right now. The Metal Wolf, apologies. You have nothing to apologize about. I was asking, is there any tool in Unity that helps you create animations? I mean, suppose you have a character, how will he walk or run? Can it be done in Unity itself? I think it can be done in Unity itself, but it's gonna be a little bit more complicated, I suppose, if you did it in a 3D modeling software like Blender. In my case, we have a character. We also have a few animations for him at the moment. There's our character. And let's see, rigged. And we have a few animations here. Run, for instance. But like all of these are done, in my case, in Blender, and then I import it to Unity. Harukanen over on Twitch says that there's an animation rigging package. Is it official, by the way, from Unity? But it contains inverse kinematics in it as well. It's official. Jesus, I didn't even know. I didn't even know. I've just been doing it in Blender at all times. The Metal Wolf, did you make those animations yourself? Yes, I did. I have a video on my YouTube channel about it as well. Does this one, like, I wonder, like, how does this one do skinning and stuff like that? Okay, thank you for that tip, Harukanen. I'm gonna read up on this. This is very interesting. I'm gonna assume that it's not really as good as like doing it in Blender, but So 2018, 19, and 20, and then Harukanen, I made a tricycle prototype game thing with it. Worked awesome. The more you learn. Fucking hate rigging though. I'm actually gonna look into this one because exporting and importing or getting something from Blender into Unity is it's very tedious. If we could just do it in Unity, that would be amazing. But I'm a little bit scared of, like, when you do, or you actually, yeah, I'm gonna look into this one later. I wanna add a note about this one. The Metal Wolf, what are your favorite games? Like, all time, or what I'm playing right now? Rigging in Unity. It operates on transforms, some bones, or anything that has a transform works. Yeah, that's what I mean. So do you have to... There are a couple of tutorials on the old YouTube about it. Yeah, we're gonna look into it. I'm a little bit skeptical, but hopefully I can be surprised. This version of animation rigging is compatible with the following versions of the Unity. But I mean, is this one... Animation rigging, I guess we don't have anything for Unity 6. Is it compatible with Unity 6 even? The Metal Wolf favorite game of all time's gotta be World of Warcraft, man. That's the game I've played the most in my lifetime. But right now I'm actually replaying Divinity Original Sin 2. Love it. And then a little bit of Path of Exile. Animation rigging. Interesting. Interesting. Actions, active actions. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna do... Harukanan, I think so. Can't remember what version I made a trike prototype in, but I think it was U6. I'm gonna see if I can find some time to explore this rigging, because if like, being able to do the rigging in Unity would simplify my pipeline. It would minimize the steps in my pipeline, I think. Remove some of the more tedious steps, honestly. Okay, I think we're gonna do something like this here. Let's see. We need to prioritize the actions in some way. We can actually do it like this, I think. We're gonna keep this simple right now. Because it's temporary. So we're just gonna do... How do I want to do this? We have a list of actions that all want to use this button. We get notified when an action is ready and when it's processing. Public void. I want to make this to private void update active action. We're gonna send in whatever action it is. Let's send the message, but I don't think we're gonna use it right now. What we're gonna do now instead is we're just gonna loop through this one. For each action caller. Yo, what's up, Diligence? And then we do if action dot it's not equal to null and action. We can do it like this. If action is equal to null, we just do continue. If action dot state This time around, we're actually gonna do check for both of these here. If it's ready or processing, then we'll set active action. It's going to be action. But we want to set some text and stuff like that as well. So we have description in action in the new one. Type, dependency, state, host. No, we don't. Okay, that might be nice to have. Or we could do... Yeah, it would be very nice. Wonder how I want to do this. Previously, we relied on get description and get inverse description. But active action. Anything that I've forgotten. Yeah, we're gonna implement invoke soon. Set button display string. We do that from the outside. Bind button map item. Update bound action. Update button information. Hmm. I think we're gonna make it a little bit better by doing this. System.serializable public class input to action. Yo, what's up, Smack GDs? Why am I getting error 1000? I have no idea. So you can't. You have audio, I hope. Okay, yeah. I want to use some sort of action. I want to simplify this one a bit, so we don't need this one. What do I want to call it? Action, input to action. I think we're gonna call it input, or what do I want to call it? It's basically just I want to, here we want to define what action types we link to an input. And then we're gonna have an action reference as well here. It's okay, we can do it like this. For each game actions, action here, we're just gonna do active action. I think we're gonna set this one. We're gonna let this one be an action reference as well. And I wonder if I want to put it here. Yeah. Bind button map item, public void, bind. Let's keep it. Active action reference. Set active action. Okay. Last thing that is left to do here is to... We need to implement invoke. Okay, so we have two things left. We're going to implement invoke. But we also want to listen on... So as soon as an action gets ready or an action starts processing, that's when we want to call this one. And my idea was to... Okay, we can change this one to action again. In playable entity, I was thinking of having something like this. Input to action. So I was thinking of doing something like for each input to action Um, now this is plurable. This is not very nice. But let's say for each input to action reference in input to action dot actions, and then we would do action reference dot action is equal to action handler dot get action reference type. So we pretty much bind them here, but then we're not listening on ready and stuff like that. So but one sec. Yeah. One of, or maybe the only reason why we have an active list of actions here is that, so the idea is that every time an action gets ready, we set that one to be the active action for this input to action, or this button. If the quote-unquote priority of that action is greater than the one that is currently set. And we don't need a list of all actions for this. We could just have the action type list as we had previously. But if an action goes from either ready to available or from processing to available, it's not ready or processing anymore, then we need to check which is the next highest priority action. We need to link that one with the button. And that's why we need this reference list here, basically. And of course, we could probably make it a little bit nicer. I guess I would like to have public void find action or add action reference. Yeah, maybe we can do it like this for now. I just need to think this one through, because what I want to do here is we want to find the correct action or the correct input to action reference that relates to this action. And then we want to do on ready change add listener update active action. And we also want to do something like this. What's up, Cooler SK? Cooler SK, do you also have error 1000 today? I'm wondering, you're not the first one. Yeah, so the only thing now we just need to like get the corresponding action reference here. There has to be a nicer way to do this. You know what? I'm not. I don't really care that much today. Using system.link. And then we do input to action reference. It's equal to. Actually, I want to rename this one. First or default. Where Okay. And then we have invoke left. We also want to add action reference. Yo, what's up, Diggy? Good morning, good morning. Even though I doubt it's morning where you're at. It's 11:27 a.m. So still morning-ish. The Metal Wolf, I'm from Sweden. How about you? I do not like this at all, but we're gonna do it like this. Add action reference, and we're gonna do it like this for now. And then we're done here, I think. And lastly, button up, we don't really do anything. Input to action. I think we're gonna delete this one as well. Diggy, Florida, it's 5:30. Oh, that's early. I've been waking up early for no reason. That actually sounds pretty nice, isn't it? Getting up early. Start the day before everyone else. The Metal Wolf, Sweden indeed. Yeah, Nordic countries are... Yeah, I like it here. Otherwise I would be living somewhere else, I guess. Norway, Germany, or Japan for you. All three very nice. When it comes to India, though, I've heard... isn't like India on the rise? Aren't you growing? Aren't you exactly at the same state as China was like 15 years ago or something like that? 20 maybe? Okay, so as for the invoke here, we pretty much want to do... We don't need to do this one anymore either, I don't think. Focus on. Okay, so pretty much what we want to do... Okay, let's see. Pretty much what we had to do in invoke here is we just need to start or stop an action. So we either want to like make it go from ready to processing, or we want to make it go from processing to finishing. So we're gonna see. I think I used to wake up early for work, but got messed up in an accident and been stuck recovering for the past 2 months. I'm sorry to hear, sorry to hear. Glad to hear that you're good though. That's the most important part, isn't it? And hoping for a speedy recovery. And the Metal Wolf, a country is as good as its people. I do agree with that one. Okay, so when it comes to starting an action, Unfortunately, I haven't really... Let's see here. We don't really have a... I just need to see this one. Set state, action, interaction, focus. Okay. We don't really have a given entry and exit points for our actions from or for classes and components outside of the action system, so to speak. And I think it's high time we add one of those. So we have protected. Do we actually have initialize? This one is only called from inside process. It's called from action handler as well. Why? Oh, yeah. I think we're gonna finish this. Yeah, I think we're definitely gonna specify this a bit more. Yeah, we're gonna do this. So it's about time we state the entry and exit points for actions. Check dependencies. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Public instantiate. Public instantiate. Check dependencies is gonna be protected. Get description is gonna be public. So we put that one here. Set state is also going to be protected. And then we're going to change all of these to protected as well. But we want a do add entry and exit point for playable entity or create AI agent brain. The Metal Wolf, I want to live in a cabin near woods in Norway / Sweden / Iceland. Yeah, I would say Iceland is a little bit different. In nature as opposed to the other two. Or but yeah, I agree, a cabin near woods. Yeah, Iceland really don't have that much forests, I don't think. I've only been once. Extremely pretty though, but not many trees. What I saw. Diggy, I need to download Unity and get started, but I'm still trying to get a good game plan on what I want to make. I get that feeling, Sometimes it's good to just download Unity and click around and experiment a little bit. Maybe something will come to you. And Metal Wolf, do you know about CCP Games? They're a game studio in Iceland. Of course I know about CCP. The makers of EVE Online, right? Used to play it a little bit. I'm not a avid EVE Online player. But I tried it out for a couple of months. I was a little bit late to the party on that one. Extremely, very cool game though. I've read a lot about like lore and player activity and player battles and stuff like that for EVE Online. that game as a concept is very interesting to me. So as for these two, I'm wondering public void start. And we're gonna do bool start. Public bool stop. And public bool progress, I think we're gonna call it. Or maybe continue. I'm a little bit unsure about this one. It just feels like oops. Return set state. And here I wonder if now we're just gonna return set state dot finishing. No. Initialize process finish void interrupt. Yeah, it's gonna look a little bit like this. So the idea is start set state initializing. If we're not in state ready, this one is gonna fail. If we're in state ready, we're gonna do this. So state is equal to new state on ready change invoke. And then we call initialize. If initialize succeeds, we set state processing and returns true, otherwise set state interrupt. Both of these will return true right now. I will see about this one. The Metal Wolf EVE Online is insane. In the beginning it looks like it's so complicated, but actually it's not. Mastering that game is a different story though. Yeah, maybe the curve... I remember getting a little bit overwhelmed by all the menus and stuff like that. But that's like when you start... It eases you into the gameplay, I would say. But mastering it, yeah. The Metal Wolf called me to your country. I'll work on your game for free. India's very difficult to live in. I'm sorry, I can't do that. And again, I'm still watching tutorials and seeing what AI tools can help me some look good enough for a mobile game. I think mostly like the AI tools can be used for when it comes to games. They're pretty good for like prototyping right now. I'm a little bit more skeptical of doing like a full-fledged product by just vibe coding it. We're gonna do it like this for now. Let's see where we end up eventually. It's very important for me that this one is protected. These as well. And I'm pretty sure we're gonna remove this one eventually. This one is pretty useless as is. The Metal Wolf, for example, driving a car. Why do I feel like I have a panic attack whenever I have to take my car out? I've never been to India, unfortunately, but I've watched some videos of the traffic there. And it does not look fun to drive in. Yeah, we're gonna have to change this one and this one and this one. Oops. And this one. Okay. So let's see here then. Action interaction. Where were we? Input to action invoke. So what I want to do here basically is we don't care about the context. All we care about is so we want to do if active action reference is equal to null. Active action reference. Update active action. Otherwise we do, I guess we just want to do if something like this. But here we also need to check. It's a little bit simplified compared to the old implementation. It's still not perfect, but it's very temporary. It is. DG, I was thinking ChatGPT 2D art, Meshy 3D models, 11 Labs audio. Between the tools and paying to get it in the app stores, it's kind of expensive. Yeah, it is. And Meshy, I haven't really followed lately the generative AIs for 3D models. But I'm wondering if topology is still as big as a problem as it was previously. Like when you want to do game-ready assets in 3D, topology is extremely important. But I guess you can clean it up eventually. Okay, I'm starting to think that we are ready to test this very, very soon. We're probably going to see a lot of issues. Yeah, action process. What we want to do here, we want to rename this one to dot continue. Yo, what's up, Nick? How long have you been coding? Fuck, hard question. I think I started learning how to really code in like 2011, I think. The Metal Wolf, if you're making a creature collecting game, I have a question. Do you have a good lawyer? I get that a lot. Maybe I should get one. Dig, I started coding when I was like 12, Visual Basics. Damn. Yeah, that's young, starting young. I remember, I think my really first experience with coding, so way before 2011, I think it was writing some very simple bot for a IRC room. Yo, what's up, HG? The Metal Wolf, fuck Nintendo. I don't know. They make good games. They're just a little bit anal when it comes to their property. The guy learned to code because RuneScape and bots. Yeah, something similar for me. I had a IRC room. It was an RPG IRC room, and I wanted to implement a bot that was acting as like a tavern hostess or bartender, so you could order drinks and shit like that. I think that was my first experience. Harukanen over on Twitch, there was no internet when I learned how to code. That's respectable. Respectable as hell, actually. And Nick, which coding language do you know? I don't really... I think I find that question to be a little bit weird. But currently I mostly work with C Sharp, but I've worked in multiple different languages. HLSL, of course, as well. But I've done C, C++, Java. But I'm actively writing in C Sharp these days. So to that answer, I guess the really true answer to that one is just C Sharp right now. But I see it like, unless you move to a entirely different language, like Haskell or something like that, it's just learning syntax. The Metal Wolf, yeah, that's usually like people thinking they don't have the mental ability to write and understand code is pretty common actually, but I think most people do. It's not that hard. Diggy, yeah. So my first program was a bot for IRC. Those were the days. Nick just started coding, so I don't know much. Sorry if my question doesn't make sense. It's okay. It makes sense, and a lot of people ask that question, and a lot of people also like list what languages they know on their CVs. I just don't. I just find it weird. Like in most cases, the only difference is a little bit of syntax, which you can quickly learn. Okay, do we still have any issues here? I don't think we do. Harukanen, I've been through so many languages over the years, like, just forget about it. Yeah, exactly. Like, languages come and go. You work a little bit here in some language and then a little bit there in some other. It's more about the logical thinking and stuff like that, I guess. Okay, so no errors here. That tells me that we are ready to go. I'm a little bit afraid. We're probably going to get some runtime errors and stuff like that. We're going to play this soon. I just need to leave on a little bit of a cliffhanger here. Need to run AFK real quick. So be right back a couple of minutes. Gonna make myself a new cup of coffee, I think, because yeah, I want to get ready for the debugging that is to come. So be right back real quick. Okay, back, sorry about that. But I have a feeling that I really want this cup of coffee here now when we're gonna start debugging this. Because we have done a lot of changes the last couple of days. Or we have done a full action system rework. So let's see where we are at. I might need to do some setup here as well. So we're gonna do... hopefully we don't have too many references to the old action system around. But... let's see here. Interactables list, interactable hold. Oh, that is true. Yeah, we might need to set up a lot of stuff eventually. We're gonna get to it soon. Didn't think about it. But let's see if we have some... we can check if we have some runtime errors at least. What's up, Nada Lux? Gotta love coffee, yes indeed. Okay, so interactable list here. This is where we define how something can be interacted with. Right now we have hold here. I think we're gonna change this one to interactable focus only. And I also wanna add inspect, which we need to add a little bit of a system.serializable here. Now we should be able to select inspect as well. I reckon. So playable entity, we can focus this one and we can inspect this one. And that's about it. That's our interactable list. Then we have a action handler here. This is where we specify the actions that this entity can do. And we're gonna start, currently we only have hold as available, because I reckon, so this one is serializable. We need to make focus serializable and inspect serializable. Nick, I'm gonna go now. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you the best of luck. Likewise. Have a great rest of the day as well. Diggy, I might make another cup now. Do it. Okay, so now we can specify more here. I might want to have some sort of logic to the order of stuff here. So we're probably going to start with the easiest one, and then we're going to add another one, and it's going to be inspect. And then we're going to add a third one, which is going to be hold. And here we have some hold definitions and stuff like that. We're going to get to that soon. So this one, character 01, can be focused, inspected, and it can do focus, inspect, and hold itself. Actually, let's fix this hold definitions first of all. So the old implementation was action, interaction, pickup. It looked like this and this. And here we have some carry definitions, or yeah, they were called pickup definitions. Now they're called hold definitions. Do we really only have two here? Yeah, right now we only have 2. Yes, of course. So we're gonna add 2. Would be nice if we could get a name here. I'm gonna try and do one thing real quick. We're gonna jump to hold. We're gonna jump to action, interaction, hold. And we're gonna jump down to hold definitions. I want to try and add I just want to see what happens if we do name. And then we call this one light 1 and carry. Isn't it name? Oops, that's the wrong one. Here we put it. Yes. So then if we minimize these, we can see here light 1 hand carry. And what do we have? Parameter name carry. Parameter value 1. Right arm. I wonder if we could do something like, I just want to try this one. Could we do public string name? Does this work? Layer name. Oh, it actually does. Okay, beautiful. Okay, so we don't need a separate string. We can just keep it like this. Parameter value weight limit. So we can see weight limit 3. Anchor point count. Value. Parameter name, layer name. Okay, we're gonna do layer name plus, well, let's do it like this. Turn layer name. Um, 0 to weight limit. Parameter name. We'll see what happens with this one only. Oh yeah, we need to get description here as well. I wonder if this will still work with, it should. I just want to be able to quickly see, given the title, what kind of hold definition this one is. Okay, this doesn't work for some reason. Or is it just because Return layer name. Why don't we see... Or does this one actually go... Okay, it just goes for... It just takes parameter name. Really? Do a small... no bullshit, it takes the first public string. Does it always? Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Yeah. It takes the first public string, so if we do like this, it doesn't take it like this. Then I reckon. Thought it always took a string named name or title. I can't remember which. But you're correct. First serialized public string. Okay, yeah, that makes perfect sense. I think I might be okay with that. I wonder if we are... Parameter name carry. Nah, we're probably, just to make it a little bit clearer then, we are gonna take... We're gonna make it take the layer name, I think. I'm pretty sure that will be clear enough. Thank you for the information, no bullshit. I appreciate it. So we're gonna rely on layer name. Yes, so we're gonna have two with the same here, I reckon, but that's okay. Carry. Layer name, right arm, parameter name, carry, parameter value 1, anchor point 0. We should have one anchor point, I think. Anchor point 1. 3, weight effects. Okay, so that's our first hold definition. And the second one... Right arm as well. Parameter value 2. Parameter name carry. 1. 10. Weight effects animation, no. Okay. I guess this is okay as well. Would like it to be a little bit clearer, but I don't want to introduce a new string just for that. So Yes, is there anything else? Carry. No, it's not. So then when we get to the anchor point for this, whatever is holding, we do get from, I think we get it from entity body definition. Yeah. Host game object get component body definition. Yeah, what's up, LSG Dave? Bear in mind, public string faux bar will be field and public string faux bar value will be property. Get only, yeah. Don't know if Unity cares though. It did care in this case. Public string faux bar. So the field would be used, but having it public string faux bar as a property get only would not, because it needs to be serialized. First, serialized public string. But okay, this works. I mean, it would be great if our whole definition's short name here would be right arm 0 to 3 and right arm 0 to 10. Because it's different animations depending on how heavy the thing we're lifting is. But this is, I'm okay with this as well. Okay, so that's this one. Oh, it's going to be so nice to get rid of all of these actions eventually. But let's see here now. Have we defined everything? Focus, inspect. Oh yeah, one more thing. So now we have the actions that this entity can do. Focus, inspect, and hold right now. So the next step is just, since this is a playable entity, I also want to, we need to specify that. So input to actions. We're going to have 4 different actions. Or we have 4 inputs. No bullshit, for custom titles, you will need to make custom property drawer / editor stuff. Yeah, we might do that later on. We'll see how complicated this will get. Action first, second, third, fourth. And I don't remember, I think we're just going to do what the old system did. So action types get index. So jump and pickup was on action 1. So, and jump and pickup was highest priority, so we're gonna choose that one first. Hold these days, and then we have jump. So something to think about here right now. We're also testing right now this entity. We have only defined 3 actions for this entity. So we don't have a jump action yet. So let's see if we get some errors here. Hopefully not. Action second, what do we have here? Place, consume, equip, terraform, sit, sleep. Place is 200. So let's start with that one. A little bit annoyed. Would love for this one to change as well, but whatever. What more did we have? Place, terraform. Yeah, we're gonna do terraform, sleep, sit. Nah, I want to do consume. Equip. Sleep. Date. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where's 6? Which one? Place, consume. Oh, it's actually 6 here. Okay, great. So that's this one. And then we have this one. Here we just had collect. Did I rename? No, we did not. Collect. And on the fourth one, we had inspect. Okay. So for our playable entities, these are the actions that we actually link between input we get and action we can do or execute. So in this case, it's going to be up to input handler gets some input. Hopefully playable entity has set up the link correctly between those two. We'll see. Let's see if we get some runtime errors now. Yep. Let's see. Do we still do get component interactable? Oh, yeah, okay, we need to fix this as well. That is true. We need to fix this as well. Okay. So previously, when interactables and actions were all monobehaviors, we started out by fetching or adding adding and fetching. Very simple. So focus and inspect, we just added these default ones. And then we did this as well. We got all interactables. We can't do this anymore, and we already have them specified in here, but just as a list. So what we're going to do is in awake, I'm pretty sure we're going to do it in awake. This one we're going to skip. And this we're going to have to do manually in Unity, because even simple interactables as focus and inspect is going to have custom shit related to the entity in question. So we're going to remove these as well. And in awake, we just want to take this list. Everything is already constructed. Or hold on one second. Interactable focus. We have instantiate specifics here. So we have instantiate here. Okay. So we want to do... In awake, we want to loop through this list, instantiate it, and put it in this dictionary so we can easily fetch it later on. Joseph Lepius, sorry about the pronunciation there, but thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Hope you had a wonderful stream. For each actions.interactions, I think, .interactable in interactable list. And we want to check if can receive action interactable dot type. So that means that we already have this interaction in our interactable dictionary. So if that's the case, we just want to continue. Otherwise, we want to do interactable dot instantiate this. We send in this host, and then we do interactables dot add interactable dot type and interactable. Oops. And that's the instantiation we do. This time around, we don't do anything in start. And we're gonna need to do the same for actions. And did we have get component? Rigid bodies, okay, render, collider, okay. Okay, let's see if we get the same, probably not the same error, but some other error. Object reference not set to an instance, that's bad. First or default. Add an action reference. Really? Really? I will see. Input to actions. Action references, so it's this one. So this one should be set. Oh, yeah. In the setup here, find action. No. In the setup in playable entity, here we do add action reference. The action we get here might actually be, yeah, okay, that's great that we got this error. So as I said previously, we specify jump here, for instance, but this entity doesn't have any jump, so we can't link it. So we need to do add action reference. We need to add an additional check here if action is equal to null. Okay, so that should fix that issue, that error. Okay, no errors so far. Scares me a little bit. Let's see what happens in interactable pickup. We still add this one. That's okay, we can remove that one. But action handler, I'm very interested in what happens here. State host target. Available. Fuck, we don't see type here. That's a little bit annoying. That is annoying. But I guess it's... Oof, we need to fix that. I mean, if we do it like this, if we check normal, then we can see. So focus, inspect, hold. But as soon as we jump into debug, we don't see that anymore. That we definitely need to fix. Gonna add a to-do on that one. But we can see here that focus is ready. We actually have a target, but that shouldn't happen when we're just in ready. But let's see. So when we look around... This one actually changed. The target changes. Mattress, mattress, mattress. Target interactable focus. This one, however, does not. Yeah. We never start processing here because all of these are... None of these has interactable focus. They only have... I sure as hell hope the bad FPS is just because of that drawer there. Okay, beautiful. So we haven't really touched anything that can be focusable yet, because right now it's only the character, this entity, that can be focused. So let's see what happens if we hover above that one. We're still in ready. That's a little bit unfortunate. Character 01 prefab. This one should have interactable. Available, it's unavailable though. Do we care about this? Okay. Focus. So focus on, we get a point, set state, finishing if. Yes, of course. Okay, we never get to ready because we never set it to ready. I get it. Base point. And here we change point. Then we change target. And at last we want to do set, or do we want to call start actually? Okay, let's try this one. So we're still only at ready. And then we do processing here. Okay, that's great. We don't get a notification to we don't get a notification to inspect. Don't know why. Oh, we'll see. This one is still only available. So let's see. It should be ready at least. So let's go to inspect. What dependencies do we have? Dependencies is processing dependency focus and can target receive action dependency focus inspect. But we have one instantiate dependencies. I don't think we ever I'm pretty sure at action reference. Do we call this one action handler dependency add action reference? Yes, we do. Instantiate animate. But do we ever call this one? Yes, we do in awake. And we do instantiate dependencies. One sec. Did I... Yeah, what the fuck, we don't send... action handler, action instantiate, enum instantiate on process change. We send in host. What I'm getting at is I don't think we ever... Here we do. Add dependency, add action, dependency type. If it can't perform action, then we continue otherwise. Yeah. I wanted to see if we can do... And then we also need... action handler, we need to put this on dependencies. Serialized reference. Fuck. We still don't have any... Ah, we have dependencies actually, never mind. Okay, beautiful. So let's play. Let's see what we get. Creating missing action handler component for play. Is this one old or new? I don't know. So here we go, dependencies for this one. We have two dependencies, focus and focus. Inspect. And this is beautiful. We can't really see what they are named though, because they are subclasses, but this is processing dependency and is target interactable dependency, or can target receive action dependency, maybe it's called. Still, okay, this is extremely nice. We still get these dependencies set up here. So my only question now is why... Jesus, okay, so we can see here that the first one gets fulfilled because we can focus this one, right? But for some reason... Oh, this is beautiful. We actually get target interactable focus. Okay, so the second one here. This element 1 type okay, so can receive. This one doesn't succeed just yet. Wonder why not. So this one. Okay, so let's take a look at that one. I don't like the fact that dependencies here, normal. Maybe we can have dependencies visible here, so we can add some dependencies manually as well. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. If that's the case, we don't even need to hide it. Or, yeah, we don't need to do... Maybe I just want to do this as well. Type state private set. I wonder if I want to do... do we need to do field, serialized field? If we can see the state type dependencies and some additional stuff without going into debug. Okay, state, we have state there. Unavailable, unavailable, unavailable. Great. And then of course we want to bring this one up here. Okay, then we're done with the order and visuals of these. So what I want to check now is we can see that we get the correct dependency. it gets added correctly, but it doesn't get completed at all. So it's inspect, and so this dependency works. This dependency does not. So can target receive action dependency? So it's the target of type focus. And type inspect. Let's take a look at this one. Can receive, add action listener. Get action dependency type. Okay, so it's always the main type. And we get to action listener. So here we add action listener, and then we do action on target change. Add listener, check target receivability. We have the action in question. Can target receive action is equal to false. If action.target is not equal to null. Can target receive action? This should be correct. This should be correct. Can target receive action? If it's true, if this one is true and this one is false, then we return. Otherwise, we do this and we invoke. So what happens here? No bullshit. This is quite an interesting system. Can be a bit quote-unquote over-complex, but quite modular. Yeah, I agree 100%. That's pretty much the mindset when we started to rewrite this action state machine system here. Because I noticed that the old implementation, also a bit over-complex maybe, but we really strained it when we started adding additional actions. So as our number of actions grew, the system started to crack, and we added more and more layers upon layers and upon layers. It was pretty, it became ugly, and it was quite tedious to add new type of actions that the entities can do. And that prompted the rewrite of the action system, which we're currently doing and have been doing for a week. And I wanted to make it more modular, right? We will see if I've succeeded in the today and tomorrow or not. And yo, what's up, Alex? What kind of game are you making? It's a creature management type of game, much like Chow Garden or Tamagotchi or Viva Pinata. I have a video on my YouTube channel about the idea behind the game. It's called, the video in question is called Devlog 0, the beginning, I think. So check that one out if you want to know more. Okay, so can target receive action dependency? Why? Action on target change, check target receivability. Yeah, so my first question is this one implemented in the correct way? Nope. Okay, beautiful. This is our biggest culprit. And we can see here that I have a comment that is have available check at a later stage. So all interactables and not that one has a boolean available. If I'm gonna be honest, I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of this one will be just yet. It just felt natural, you know, that interactable has some type of available bool. The idea is, I guess we could have, if we just think about a scenario where we have two creatures, creature A and creature B, and we have one interactable, which is a consumable, consumable A. Both of these creatures fight over consumable A, or not really fight, but like, let's say that creature A picks up consumable A. Do we want creature B to be able to take it or not? And that, like, that's the idea behind this available flag, I guess. But yeah, we don't use it yet, so having this check here is definitely wrong. Actually, let's put, so let's mark it as currently unused. Let's see what kind of result we get now then. We should hopefully get, we should hopefully see our action pickup being available for, or being changed to ready. And I'm also, how many times do we need to add action handler? We actually have action handler. Or is it? Okay. So we can see focus is ready, processing, and now we can see that inspect is ready as well. That's fucking beautiful. So here it's processing, here we go back to ready, and we can see that inspect doesn't go back to available, it's still ready. Because dependency is processing dependency. Can target receive action dependency. We can see here that target, oh, actually, we can see here that the dependencies, they fail again. It's just that we don't update the state accordingly. So we never go from ready. When one of these gets set to non-ready, we never move from ready to available again. So that's just a simple mistake on my part, I'm pretty sure. Target changes, or does it? No bullshit, yeah, some interactable might not be available due to some rule set 2. Example is eating, so can't pet, or something like that, maybe. Yeah, exactly. So we're pretty much working mostly on the... so we can pretty much split it up in, we have actions and we have interactables. And when it comes to calculating if an action is... Well, let's just say that on the action part, this is where we have worked with the action system to calculate if an action is ready or not. The interactable available system is pretty much untouched. So yeah, we're probably gonna get down and dirty down there eventually. I'm wondering if we're probably gonna implement some creatures first and then fix the interactable availability system. Yeah, we'll see. Okay, so yeah, we're just finding some simple mistakes or things I've forgotten to add so far. That's pretty good. Nothing big just yet. So we never moved from ready to not ready. Although I find this a little bit weird. How could I miss this? So the idea is that in action interaction inspect, we have these two dependencies. As soon as one of these dependencies changes, we call check dependencies in action. If dependency is all fulfilled, set state ready. Otherwise, we don't do anything. So, okay. But it's not as simple as that. Or maybe it is. So set state, when we set a state, we always check the current state as well. So if we set state ready, we can only set it from, if we go from available to ready, or yeah, we can only go from available to ready. From ready, however, we can go back to available, and yeah. So what we want to do here is if it's fulfilled, we set state to ready, else we set state to available. But we need to look here. So if we set state to available and we're currently in processing, then nothing will happen. So a dependency, if a dependency goes from true to false, but we're already processing based on the dependency, then we don't go back to available. And we can also see here if we try to set available and we're currently in state unavailable, fuck. this should, so if we try and set available and we're in unavailable, then we set it to available here. That's not what I want to happen. So we're just going to remove this one, because let's just take a quick look at the states. Actually, I have this nice figure here, don't I? Yes. We don't have the description here, but we can check it anyway. So going from unavailable, or from available to unavailable, or unavailable to available, this transform here is controlled by outside actors, so it's not controlled internally in the action system. Going from available to ready, internal. Going from ready to initializing, external. Going from initializing to processing, automatic. Going from processing to finishing or interrupting. This one is currently only external, I think. And going from finishing to available or interrupting and available is automatic. So to go from here to here, something from the outside needs to tell the action that it's available. To go from here to here, it's internally controlled by dependencies. Going from here to here, we need something from the outside once again. Then we just initialize and then we start processing. And then something from the outside either interrupts or finishes. Which means that this one should never prompt, or setting state from unavailable here should not work. I think, like, it's still a little bit more muddy than I would like it to be, unfortunately. But okay, now we should be able to see that inspect gets set to ready and then available again. Character 1 prefab. I want to remove all of these, but I need to read some of the setup there. Sorry, my bad. We actually need this one because we set it here. But actually, we're gonna do it like this. We remove it, set state available. Let's make it available from default. Did you ask AI to make it better? Fucking hell, might just do it. Because why not? When it's done, when we have it in place. Look for improvements in this code. Who knows? Maybe it points something out. Fuck, we're still at unavailable. Why? Oh, yeah. Okay, I get it. Available. Okay, and then we get to oh, yeah. The first thing we do No bullshit. All the best. I'll drop by sometime later again. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you for stopping by. And have a great rest of the day. Set state available. Oh, whoa. Is that so? Check dependencies. Interrupting available. That's how we want to do it. Okay. So what do we have now? Focus is ready. Now it's processing. Element 1, inspect, that is ready. We're not doing it just yet. That's good. Ready, available, ready, available. Okay, good. And what did we have on the third one? It's inspect, isn't it? No. It's pick up. Why isn't this one? Oh yeah, because nothing is holdable. Great. Okay, I like this. Pretty straightforward so far. So what I'm interested in now is our button map here. I'm wondering why there is prefab playable entity. Show UI. Show UI is enabled. I wonder why we don't have a UI here. Button text R F Q E. So these ones get updated accordingly. Then we have description. Show info. We actually update this one accordingly, but we don't show it. Okay, beautiful. So show info. Okay. So our input to action, update active action, set active action reference, set button information, get description. Yes, we're gonna do private void clear active action reference. We don't need that one. Yeah, we need to send in point here, yes. So action, reference action. Like this. And then we're going to call this one here instead of that. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see if this shows the UI. Still don't have a UI button map. Ooh, we actually have it visible somewhere. But I can't show it right now. Scene, where do we have it? That is weird. Oh, because we don't have a point. We don't have a point here. But it's weird. What's up, Jonta? It's weird that... So we don't have a point. We get position 0, 0, 0. But the position here... Huh. I think what we want to do is we want to change action point position. That's not what we want to show. We want to do action dot target dot dot. Didn't we have... Yes. Okay. I think we want to do... Okay, for now, let's see what we get if we just do active action reference action dot target dot game object dot position dot transform dot position. That's a long chain. Okay, so then we have show information. And what happens if we click it? Nothing. Processing. Good, we can go from processing to ready. Nice. What happens if we do processing and then we... Yeah, that's okay. Okay. My next question is, why aren't we showing any information? Probably because we haven't really fully implemented inspect. Well, that's what I hope at least. Yeah, process here, still empty. Visual information. I'm still a little bit worried about this inspect here, because if its main functionality is to show a inspect information, then it's a playable entity only action. And if it's not, we want to bring this one out of the component in question. Actually, I think we're gonna make this non-playable only, because I mean, I do want to have creatures to be able to inspect other creatures, maybe learn something or look at them funny. I don't know. It's a difference between focus and inspect. So when we get this to work with visual information inside of this one, we're gonna pull this one out, because this is UI related and related to playable entity, so it doesn't belong inside of this action in question. By Dan, how do you get your outlines to be stable? When I used it, they were scaling when I moved away, and it's a little bit laggy for me at times. Any advice? The lagging, I have no idea about. Are you sure the lagging is because of the outlines? But when it comes to the scaling or stability, I've actually improved upon the outlines a few different things compared to the solution I have on my GitHub. So the one I'm using for my game is it's some versions better than the one I have on my GitHub. The one on the GitHub uses Robert's cross to calculate or to determine if a pixel is part of an outline or not, and which means that you get the same outline width independent on how far away the object is from the camera. I use a different algorithm this time around, just something I threw together myself. I might make it public. I have made it, I have showed it on stream before, but I just haven't uploaded it yet. So as for the first part of your question, Dan, I use a newer version of the outlines. And as for the second answer or second question, please make sure if it's the outlines that results in the lagging for you, because if it is, I want to know about it because I want to improve it. The lag is just a little bit, not that much. Yeah, but still, if you ever get to the bottom of it, like I've never haven't heard anyone else having performance issues with the outlines. But if you ever find out what the lagging was, if it's because of the outlines or not, please let me know. Okay, so we want to show this one here. So in process here, we want to update this one. By Dan, yeah, it's the outlines. When I turn it off, the FPS increases. So what FPS difference do you see? Of course, you get a little bit of a better FPS without, or you get more FPS without the outlines. They're doing some processing on every pixel in the full screen, but it shouldn't be too bad. Unless it's on a like old school portable device, like, I don't know, 2014's Android phones or iPhone 5. From at least 60 to 80 FPS to like 40, I think. Damn, that's pretty fucking rough. Let's see what I have. $140. $20 FPS for a full team. I mean, it's rough. $15. I mean, you're still doing some processing per pixel for every pixel on screen. So if you're running like 4K, I can imagine it being a little bit more costly. But if we have an upper bound of 80 FPS down to 40, then yeah, that's extremely rough. Is it advisable to use this in an FPS game, in your opinion? I don't know if you mean first-person shooter game. Yeah, I think it's advisable. Like, we can probably improve the performance a tiny bit, but like, when it comes down to it, it's a full screen post-processing effect. You're gonna get some, it's gonna take a bit out of your performance for sure. And sorry if I'm sidetracking you, it's no problem at all. Most of the time I enjoy being sidetracked. It's in extremely rare cases I do not, but this isn't one of those. Okay, let's see. Visual information. We want to update this one. I wonder, let's take a look at the old inspect. Inspect, in every update here, we update the text, and then we do this. Okay. Okay, so what I want to do is, oh, I think we can do it like this, actually. Action, interaction, inspect, the new one, and this is the old one. And then we do, in process here, we check and then we do initialize, finish, interrupt. I think we're going to do the same as this. And in initialize, yeah. I would say that this is probably the part about this new system I like the least. But eventually we're going to have so much different stuff that is being done here. So the portion here where we throw this one is going to be an extremely little part of it, a small part of it. But we want to do it like this. We want to activate this link between the action and the interactable, because the communication between them are going to be crucial for some stuff. Just think about it like if you have an action consume and you have an interactable consumable, the interaction between those two is going to be massive, because so you have the like how quick the object is being consumed is decided by the consumable, how it's being consumed, and then the consumer needs to know how it tastes. And yeah, so it's very important that we have this pairing between inspect and interactable inspect. So it's, but still, I will see. So process here, interactable inspect, start interaction and cancel interaction. We don't really do anything here right now. I don't even think we do anything here. So eventually we're gonna make the creatures react to being inspected and stuff like that. But for now, nothing. But in process here, I want to do if target interactable inspect dot can we do dot so host is protected, and we can probably do this instead. If target interactable inspect is not equal to target. I want to I would love to be able to compare these two. Base target. Oh, okay. Here we're gonna do interactable. So we do it like this. So this one is equal to null. Then we want to interrupt this one. So set state. Pretty sure. Otherwise, we do, and this is where we're gonna do. We're gonna get the inspect text, and then we're gonna set it. We also wanna, we wanna set the position here. So we do visual information, set text, and update transform. The text is going to be target interactable inspect dot get description. Get inspect string. Yeah, we need to send down inspect point. Inspect point. Okay, I think we want to do a can target receive action dependencies. Yeah, here we want to do base dot point is equal to d action reference dot point. I'm pretty sure. And that this is going to be point to base. And so is this one going to be right now. Dot position. Okay, so now we should be able to have our inspect UI element again. Show information. No, we don't get any. I wonder why. It's this one, isn't it? Visual information, character 01 prefab. Ooh, here we have some. Yes, so it definitely looks like we update some prefab visual information here. I want to double check. Inspect, debug. Yeah, it's this one. Okay, nice. So we actually get the inspect text here. Here we have the text, attributes, inventory, everything, but we just don't show it. Okay, that makes sense. Because interactable inspect, action interaction inspect. We show it here and we hide it here. So although I'm not entirely sure I wanna see here. Set text and update. Start interaction. So I guess we could do visual information show. Hide. Although I'm not entirely sure about setting this one to show before we have done this. Something like this. Eventually, I do want to bring this one out. So in that case, process will be pretty empty. Okay, let's just see if we can show it now. I don't know if we will be able to implement all of the actions we had previously tomorrow, but definitely this week for sure. Okay, let's see here. So if we go over here, show info, and there we have the info. There we get an error. Wonder. And then I wonder, what about the position here? The position looks a little bit off, doesn't it? Where do we have it? Oh, why do we have it here? Yeah, that's weird. But okay, the position is okay. It's more, I'm more worried about this one right here. Action handler 18. What the fuck? Active. It's a list. So why can't we do this? Collection was modify enumeration of premium. I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. Ooh. Yes. Unfortunately, I'm just gonna have to put this as a note. Will I be able to solve? Maybe. Will I? Do I have the time to solve this one right now? So what happens here is we don't hover, we don't focus on the character anymore, the entity we're currently inspecting. So this one is null, so we want to interrupt this one because we're still processing. And if we interrupt this one, we trigger we go from processing to interrupting, which means that we invoke onProcessChange. And the action handler is listening to this one. So here, handle active action, add listener onProcessChange. So state is no longer processing. So and if active actions contains this one, then we remove it, which means that when we're in the middle of processing all of these, we remove it. And I think this is how I want to, like, this turn of events or this chain of events is, I enjoy it actually. So the action interaction inspect notices that, hey, our target changed, so we need to interrupt our process. Action handler that keeps track of, or that increments the processing for all actions, gets notified that one of them stopped processing, and it removes it from the active list. So all of that I enjoy very much. So we could, if we just iterate this list from the other side, so we go from the action at the end of the list, and we iterate downwards, then it should be fine. Then we can remove lists, stuff from the list, and it's okay. My only objection to that is that I like the fact that we process the active actions in the order that they started processing, if you know what I mean. Now we're going to do it in the opposite order. I don't know if that is... Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's even better. I'm gonna need to think about this one. But we're gonna continue here to tomorrow. Continue here. Actions gets removed during iteration over active actions. Hopefully I won't be entirely surprised by this comment tomorrow. It's pretty straightforward and we know a few fixes. I just need to think about what happens if we go one way or the other. But unfortunately, I need to run now. Love the progress today. We have finally started testing this new action system, and I'm surprised by the errors we have gotten. Hasn't been, all of them has been minor and easily fixable. Just some minor mistakes I forgot to write. Most of them, if not all, has to do with hide and show of things. So we're gonna make focus, hold, and inspect work flawlessly with this new action system. And when we have those in place, we can just go through all of these and implement them, and maybe we will be done with the action system tomorrow and we can continue with creatures, but we'll see. I'm pretty sure we will be done with the action system this week at least. But yes, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.